please take your seats. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Conference, please welcome Ellie Reeves and the Platform Party.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to Liverpool. The first item of business today is Patrick Hurley, Labour MP for Southport, who will be welcoming us to this great city.
Conference. In July this year, we witnessed a mindless, violent attack in my Southport constituency that shook our community. The senseless act of brutality on a group of innocent children on Hart Street will leave a deep scar on Southport, across our region and beyond. 3 young girls, their bright futures needlessly taken away. Many more traumatised from what they witnessed and the injuries that they endured. Families, friends, neighbours, struggling to come to terms with such a deplorable act taking place on their doorstep. Their pain is unimaginable. We take strength from the response of our community in Southport and beyond, and in our darkest moment, they provided a glimmer of light. Volunteers, local businesses, emergency services, all coming together to support the victims and their families, rebuilding the community when it needed it most. Conference, they are the real Britain. Alice Aguirre, Elsie Dot Stankham, B.B. King. Please join me in a minute's silence to remember them. Thank you, Conference. I shall now pass back to Ellie to open proceedings.
Thank you, Patrick, for that moving tribute. Conference, before we progress any further, I need to remind you that the priorities ballot is currently open in the ballot area. The ballot is open until 2:30 this afternoon. The priorities ballot decides what motions we'll be discussing over the course of the week, so it's really important that everyone takes part. There'll be card votes in this session, so please don't forget to collect your card vote pack. If you didn't make it to your regional briefing this morning, you can collect your card votes from the ballot area on your right. Conference. It's a pleasure to be stood here in Liverpool. The first time a government minister has addressed Labour Party conference for 15 years. The last time was in 2009, when the brilliant Harriet Harman closed conference. I'm delighted that Harriet is here with us in the hall today. She is a trailblazer for women, reforming Parliament to make it more family-friendly, introducing the Equality Act and being a friend and mentor to so many of us, including me and my sister. I know that Harriet is as proud as I am that Rachel Reeves is not just the first Chancellor, Labour Chancellor for 15 years, but the first ever female Chancellor. Rachel, we've come a long way since I ran your campaign for the mock election at school in 1992. Of course you did. Conference, the last time I made a speech from this platform was as an NEC member in 2016. I'd just served 10 years as a CLP representative. I was vice chair and due to take over as chair, but had gone from topping the ballot to being defeated. The fact that I stand here today, not just as chair of the NEC, but as chair of the Labour Party, is testament to how much Keir Starmer has changed Labour. And what a party it is now, confident, transformed, and after 14 years back in power. More than 400 Labour MPs, 209 Labour gains, the Tories on the ropes in England and the SNP on the run in Scotland. Labour, the largest party in every single region and nation. None of this was possible without the courage to take difficult decisions, the courage to change. I want to pay tribute to David Evans, our outgoing General Secretary, for his leadership. David, you represent the best of our movement, and I'm sure the whole of conference will join me in thanking you for your service. David created the space that allowed our staff to be brave, to innovate, to push the boundaries on what was even considered possible. This culture enabled us to deliver the most efficient and sophisticated field campaign ever seen, not just in the UK, but the world. A campaign that was ambitious, brave, and created by our exceptional new General Secretary, Holly Ridley. As Deputy National Campaign Coordinator, I worked closely with Holly on a daily basis. Trust me when I say this, no one is more committed to delivering a second-term Labour government, and I cannot wait to see what our organisation goes on to achieve with her as General Secretary. Now, the campaign plan may have been written in HQ, but make no mistake, it was delivered by you. Every single one of you, our members, our candidates, our trade union colleagues, our affiliates, our brilliant staff. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You made our campaign what it was. You gave us that spark that allowed us to be bold. A campaign where we sought to eke out every marginal gain, where we pushed the envelope on what had previously been considered possible. When Rishi Sunak called the election to catch us by surprise, we were ready. In fact, we were better prepared than he was. I mean, he couldn't even remember his umbrella. Our print was written, our free posts done, our digital assets were ready to go. And when the starting gun was fired, our movement leapt into action. Over 3 million contacts in our battleground seats, cutting-edge print, state-of-the-art digital that was fully integrated with field for the first time, a razor-sharp message, brilliant candidates of the highest calibre, persuasion calls to hundreds and thousands of undecided voters, more money raised than ever before, and a ruthless twinning strategy that meant that our activists went to the places where they could make the biggest difference. None of this happens without you. Now, there are those on the left and the right who will try to downplay our achievements, to belittle our success. They will claim that victory was inevitable, that it was somehow written in the stars. These claims are as audacious as they are mendacious, and we cannot allow them to go unchecked. cast your mind back to 10 p.m. on the 12th of December 2019, when that exit poll came in, showing the worst Labour defeat since 1935. I want you to remember how it felt to have been so resoundingly rejected by the British people, that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach, knowing that our communities and those who needed us most would bear the brunt of our failure. At the time, the prevailing wisdom was that the Labour Party was finished, that our days of government were over. Nobody dared utter the idea that we could return to power in just one parliamentary term. That is, of course, except our new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Keir knew what the Labour Party was capable of and what it would take to get there. His plan was ambitious and ruthless. We had to change our party, rid it of the cancer of anti-Semitism, make ourselves a party of service once again. Country first, party second, always. Once we'd done that, we had to earn the right to be heard by the British people before finally laying out our programme for changing the country. There was nothing inevitable about our success. Every gain was hard fought. Keir knew that if the Tories won again, they would have been able to do whatever they liked to an already shattered country. We must never let people forget the chaos that the Conservatives unleashed. Their 14 years in office meant lower growth than any Labour government has ever delivered, and public services on their knees. Even worse, they set out to destroy people's faith in democracy and in the power of the vote. We have to deliver growth, rebuild our ruined public services, and show the British people that they have the power to change their destiny through the ballot box. This is the worst inheritance of any incoming government in living memory. It will be hard, and there will be tough choices. And if we don't take those tough choices, if we shirk our responsibility to the public finances, the British people will never forgive us. But do not believe the naysayers. Do not fall for their tricks. In the last 11 weeks that we have been in government, we have already begun the change, setting up GB Energy, establishing a child poverty task force, reform of the House of Lords, ending the ban on onshore wind, beginning work to return rail to public ownership. And by the end of this Parliament, we will have witnessed the most radical and transformational government in history, tackling the scourge of violence against women and girls, building 1.5 million new homes, 2 million more NHS appointments every year, more teachers in our schools, more police on our streets, and delivering the most ambitious workers' rights programme in a generation. How Harriet ended her speech 15 years ago is as true now as it was then. We will fight for fairness, we will fight for equality, and most importantly, we will fight to win. Thank you, Conference. Each day we will receive a report from the Conference Arrangements Committee, which you may hear shortened to the CAC. The CAC is responsible for putting together the agenda for conference. Delegates will have a printed copy provided each morning, and it will also be emailed as an electronic copy as soon as it's available. As those of you who have been to conference before will know, business changes day by day. So the reports are produced by our hard-working staff overnight, ready for you first thing each morning. To present the first report, please welcome the Chair of the Committee, Lynn Morris.
Conference, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you back to my hometown and this great city of Liverpool for this year's annual meeting of our party. Rail renationalisation has already started here. Liverpool was the first fleet of publicly owned trains, as well as bus re-regulation well underway. For the first time in a very long time, we have a Labour-run council working with Labour MPs and a Labour government. This is my first year as chair of the CAC. You might be more used to seeing my predecessor, Harry Donaldson, up here introducing the CAC report. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Harry for many years' service to the CAC and our party. And also his wise counsel that he provided to both the CAC and myself personally. I hope I will be able to live up to Harry's brilliant work. The Conference Arrangements Committee would like to thank the Labour Party team, conference venue staff and the many contractors who have worked tirelessly to get us here today. This year's annual conference, 2024, is the first since the general election. And it is our opportunity to come together to celebrate our victory in the general election in July. Our Labour government has already started to fix the foundations to deliver the change our country voted for. Today, you will hear from my former colleague and dear friend, Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, our outgoing General Secretary, David Evans, our party chair, Ellie Reeves, and our incoming General Secretary and good friend of the CAC, Holly Ridley. We will celebrate our successes with the Merit and Best Practice Awards. We will vote on topics that we're going to debate later in the week. I'd like to thank David Evans for his dedicated work to the party. With him at the helm, we were able to deliver a stunning victory. Holly Ridley has certainly got big shoes to fill, but I know she can do just that. CAC 1 has been made available to all delegates and sets out our detailed agenda for today, as well as a broad timetable for the rest of the week. All conference documentation can be found on the members area of the Labour Party website, with CAC reports added each day. Throughout the week, all information delegates require will be reproduced in the CAC report, which is emailed to all delegates by 8 a.m. each morning. Delegates are asked to only take one copy of the small supply of hard copies that are available. Delegates should make themselves familiar with the standing orders for conference, with the details commencing on page 34 of the CAC 1. The CAC consider all motions submitted prior to the deadline. Any motion that did not meet the criteria has been referred to the NPF or NEC. All organisations have been given an opportunity to appeal the decision. The outcome of those appeals have been communicated to CLP officers already. As you've already heard, the priority ballot is open today. Both constituents and affiliate delegates sections take part in this ballot. The 6 topics that top the poll in each section will be debated at conference. Delegates are reminded that they are voting for a topic rather than a specific motion, and more than one motion is usually submitted on each topic. Issues not selected for debate will be referred to the National Policy Forum after conference so that they can be considered as part of the party's decision-making process, or to the NEC, who will report on the action that's taken. A full list of motions is available in the addendum to CAC 1, which was emailed to delegates prior to conference starting. The ballot takes place from 10 a.m. to 2:30 today. The ballot area is located in ECL opposite the doors of the main entrance hall. To assist with crowding, there will be ballot boxes available at either side of the hall during the ballot opening hours. The result of the priorities ballot will be announced at the end of conference today. Compensating will take place this afternoon and evening with staggered start times. Can delegates who have motions in one of the successful policy areas please attend the corresponding compensating meetings? The initial meetings will be on the Upper Galleria in the ACC. The details of compensate meetings will be shown on the screen at the end of conference business today and will be read out by the chair of the session. I would like to remind conference only fully accredited delegates appointed in accordance with the party rules are entitled to move motions on behalf of their organisation. As with every year, delegates have access to delegate services, printing and computers, which are located near the ballot area. These services are available whilst conference is sitting. In order to maximise the number of delegates able to speak during conference, delegates will only be able to speak once from the floor in any one debate. Once chosen in the debate, please do not seek to speak again in that debate, as you will be turned away. Movers will be allowed 3 minutes and other speakers 2 minutes. Chairs will make every effort to call delegates from across the conference floor. Delegates are reminded that only delegates who remain in their chairs, seated and indicated by raising their hands, will be selected. Accessibility stewards can provide assistance where required. Conference, the official partner charity for this year's conference is the Toddington Drive Community Association. The charity is made up of local residents and young people who have worked with local residents for the past 30 years. All of their activities support and involve the most marginalised in the area, assisting involvement in their community and identifying their needs through the structure of the TDCA. The NEC has agreed to move rule changes to be debated by conference, and the details of the proposed women's conference from the Women's Conference held yesterday. 2 motions were successful and will be debated and voted on this week. These motions are reproduced on the day they will be debated. The leader's speech will take place on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Further information will be provided in CAC 2 and CAC 3. The CAC and conference team have worked hard to ensure the best possible conference experience for everyone. We have accessibility stewards, and our safeguarding team is available to ensure that everyone has the best experience at conference. We ask everyone to play their part by treating all others with kindness and respect throughout the daily conference agenda, but also during the many fringe events, evening sessions and social time spent with fellow attendees. On behalf of the CAC, I want to remind attendees about their role in ensuring our conference is safe and an inclusive experience for all, children, young people and adults. We believe that everyone has the right to live their lives free from abuse, harassment and neglect, and conference should reflect that belief. All attendees are expected to demonstrate the highest standards of behaviour towards each other. If anyone sees or hears something that makes them concerned, they should report it to the appropriate service, either by speaking to a steward or staff member or the safeguarding unit. Before I formally move the report, I wish to remind all attendees at conference that anyone wishing to enter the conference centre will need to be wearing a pass. This is also true of the conference hotels. As ever, I want everyone to have a safe and enjoyable conference. The CAC, NEC, police, party, venue staff and security staff and stewards will be working together to achieve this. Chair, I move the report.
Thank you, you, Lynn. As Lynn says, CAC are in session throughout conference, so if you have any issues, it's much easier to go and see them rather than raise it on the floor of conference. There now is an opportunity for anyone who wishes to make any points or ask any questions about the CAC report. I just wanted to quickly talk about being asked to speak. Delegates should raise their hands, and as chairs, we'll do our best to pick speakers. You won't be asked to speak if you are waving anything or standing. We want to get on with the business of conference as soon as possible, so just take a moment to think about whether your issue needs to be raised on the floor of conference or if it can be discussed with the CAC separately, and please don't duplicate if a colleague has already raised your point. If you do wish to make a point now, when you come to the lectern, tell us your name and which organisation you are a delegate from, and then make the point briefly. If we start to hear speeches, I will stop you. If you are called, you should first come to the desk down there to register and then wait to come and speak so that your contribution can be attributed to you. Does anyone want to raise any points? Okay, I can see someone there with their hand up. Yep. And yep, someone over there, that side of the hall, waving. Okay. I'll take those 2 points briefly.
Greetings, Conference. My name is Mark Ladbroke. I'm from the Socialist Health Association, Labour's health affiliate. We're very concerned that our motion that we have on physician associates has been mischaracterised as merely a question of patient safety. It's about the future of the NHS. It's about the future of workforce planning. It's a huge issue, and it's about the issue of a two-tier NHS, a health system where the people with money have access to doctors and the rest of us have access to poorly trained physician associates. We think it belongs in the NHS discussion. It is not just a question of patient safety. It really has got huge significance. So we ask for the conference to send back the report to the CAC and ask for it to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dora. I'm a delegate from the Radcliffe CLP. I stand here today on behalf of Radcliffe CLP to reference back the CAC report to appeal the disqualification of our motion on a fair and humane immigration policy. This motion centered on creating an equitable and non-discriminatory immigration system has been deemed to not meet the single topic criteria, but we strongly disagree. Every element of our proposal, from ending detention centres to ensuring family reunification to safe passages, focus on achieving the same goal, reforming immigration. This action may seem varied, but they all work towards treating migrants fairly and humanely. Blocking this motion silences a crucial debate at a time when far-right elements are growing stronger, spreading division and hatred in our community. This is not the time to avoid discussion. It is our responsibility to act with compassion and putting solidarity and human empathy at our epicenter. I urge you to reinstate this motion, uphold our party's democratic values, and ensure grassroots voices are heard. Thank you very much.
Lynn, can I ask you to respond to the points that have been made? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the 2 points, actually, the CAC did consider both of the motions, and we considered all organisations were then given the chance to come back and appeal the decision. If they wish to come and discuss this further with the CAC, they're more than welcome to do so, but the decision was made and they were given the chance to appeal.
Thanks, Lynn. We now need to vote on the CAC report. Having listened to Lynn's response on the points raised, can I see all those in favour of accepting the CAC report? Okay. All those against? Okay, I think that's overwhelmingly passed. Thanks very much, Lynn. Conference, please welcome Paul Rochford.
Chair, Conference, welcome to my great city of Liverpool. My name is Paul Rochford. I'm a Unison Branch Secretary of Nugent Branch in the Liverpool City region. The charity I work for, Nugent, is a charity that has operated in the northwest of England since 1881. We care for, educate and protect the most vulnerable children, young people and adults through our schools, care homes, community and social work services. And Conference, these are the people who've been slaughtered by the last Tory government. We are very much part of the family of care services that our Labour Party and the trade union movement have been campaigning to adequately resource and effectively regulate whilst in opposition and now in government. In this campaign to drive forward, we need to make it fair for social care and to create a national care service and a new deal for workers in the whole of the United Kingdom. And we've been fortunate in our allies and supporters. And there are many of you in Conference today. I would hope all of you. But one who needs little introduction is my Unison and former North West Care colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. And before she comes on, I'd like to show you a small video about what Angela is all about. Thank you.
Conference, please welcome Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader of the Labour Party.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do your stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try not to get too emotional, but and thank you, Paul, for that introduction, and thank you for what you and your members do to support people across this region. And conference, 12 months ago, I stood here and said I hoped I'd never again open conference as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. So it's an absolute great honour of my life to stand here today as your Deputy Prime Minister. And it's an honour to open the first conference of a Labour government. And conference, I want to start off with my first thanks that are to the British people. You entrusted us with the task of change, and we will not forget it. You kept faith with us, and we will keep faith with you. And let me thank all of you in this room too, and my brilliant ministerial team who are already delivering on our promises. Every member, every activist, councillor, community leader, trade unionist. And I saw so many of you on the battle bus during the campaign. You've been our voices in our communities for the last 14 years. Voices that spoke up when the Tories told us to shut up. They thought our party was history, but this year conference, we made history together. And not just a victory for our party, but a victory of our values. A victory not of politicians, but of people. We won because we had the courage to change our party, the discipline to make hard decisions, and the determination to remain united. And now change begins. Even now, especially now, there will be no complacency. We've seen where that leads. Don't forget what they did. Partygate, COVID contracts, the lies, division, scapegoating, and the unfunded tax cuts for the richest that crashed our economy. Don't forget any of it. The Tories failed Britain, and they tried to cover it up. A crater in the heart of Britain's economy, a puncher in the pocket of every working family, and a £22 billion black hole. And not so much as an apology, let alone an acceptance from the Tories. Instead, next week, they'll gather in the wreckage of their defeat, reduced to 10-minute auditions for wannabe leaders, beating each other to different shades of blue on a show that no one's watching. Perhaps that's why Kemi launched her leadership campaign with an attack on Doctor Who. It was bad enough. It was bad enough when they wanted to deal with Farage. Now she's doing side deals with the Daleks. But conference, at least after 3 months of shadow housing secretary, she's finally expressed a concern about a tenant. It's just a pity it's David Tennant. At conference, it's easy to forget they had 5 leadership candidates, not exactly the famous 5. And they have left us to clear up their mess. And I'm not just talking about the wallpaper in number 10. The Tories have left us facing tough choices. And even tougher ones face families across Britain struggling to make ends meet. And look, I get it. Balancing my own department's budget brought me back to the old days when I had 60 quid to get me through and my son through the week. I know more than most that every pound counts. So let me be blunt. We can't wish our problems away. We have to face them. That's the difference between opposition and government. But conference, things can get better if we make the right choices. Sustained economic growth is the only way to improve the lives of working people. And we're fixing the foundations to put Britain back on the path to growth. No more talking, but doing. 80 days in government, and we've been busy. A devolution revolution, a bill to deliver new rights and protections for renters, planning reform to get Britain building, a landmark review to fix our NHS, a child poverty task force, 100 new specialist officers to tackle criminals, an end to one-word Ofsted inspections, ending the ban on onshore wind and fines for bosses who pollute our waters, bills to kickstart Great British Energy and to prevent another Liz Truss disastrous mini-budget, put buses in local hands and bring rail into public ownership. Conference change has begun. And conference, many of you know me, and that means for me good jobs, secure homes, and strong communities, fixing the foundations of a good life. I know it only too well because they were the foundations on which I built a life for my own family, the foundations of what made Britain great and will do so again. When I had my son as a single mum, I wanted to work and I had to figure out a way to do it. My nana said that as long as I put him to bed, she'd have him in the evening, and that was after she'd finished working hard all day herself, so that I could do nights as a home help. And I got the job, and I absolutely loved it. I loved the people I cared for, but it was tough at times. I started on casual terms, and I wasn't paid for travel. Insecurity at work is the daily reality for so many. Far too many people across our country know that the world of work isn't working for them. Now, you may have heard me mention that I was a trade unionist. And if you don't know that, I should probably tell you that Keir's dad was a toolmaker. And if you didn't know that Keir's dad was a toolmaker, I probably need to tell you that he's the Prime Minister. But look, neither of us make any apology for where we came from or how we've ended up here. So when I took on this job, I promised the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, nothing less than a new deal for working people. And I can confirm today that the Employment Rights Bill will be tabled in Parliament next month. They said we couldn't do it, some tried to stop it in its tracks, but after years of opposition, we are on the verge of historic legislation to make work more secure, make it more family-friendly, go further and faster to close the gender pay gap, ensure rights are enforced and trade unions are strengthened. That means repealing the Tories' anti-worker laws and new rights for union reps too. A genuine living wage and sick pay for the lowest earners, banning exploitative zero-hour contracts and unpaid internships, ending fire and rehire, and we will bring in basic rights from day one on the job. Conference, this is our plan to make work pay, and it's coming to a workplace near you. But 14 years of Tory chaos has not just left its mark on people's jobs, but on homes too. Not enough are being built. The Tories failed to meet their targets year after year after year. Michael Gove handed back nearly £2 billion to the Treasury in unspent housing funds. Mortgages have soared. Leaseholders are left at the mercy of eye-watering charges. Renters face crippling hikes in damp and mouldy homes. and homelessness is all around us. The simple aspiration of a safe, secure and affordable home is further out of reach than ever. And we can't go on like this. So change must begin at home. We're tackling the Tories' housing emergency. We will get Britain building and building decent homes for working people. A new planning framework will unlock the door to affordable homes and provide the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation. And Conference, our renters bill will rebalance the relationship between the tenant and the landlord, and we will end no-fault evictions for good. Our long-term plan will free leaseholders from the tyranny of a medieval system, and a cross-government task force will put Britain back on track to ending homelessness. Whether you're a leaseholder, a tenant, a home buyer, or without somewhere to live, this government is on your side. But my mission is not just to build houses, it's to build homes, because we cannot build at any cost. These new homes must be warm, secure, and most importantly, safe. We will give families the security they need to have the best start in life. I know firsthand the difference a decent home can make. When I was growing up, we didn't have a lot, but we had a safe and secure home. Today, not everyone does. Working with the Prime Minister on Grenfell inquiry was one of the most sobering moments of my career. 72 lives lost, 18 children, all avoidable. A fatal failure of market and state, and a tragedy that must never happen again. It's completely unacceptable that we have thousands of buildings still wrapped in unsafe cladding 7 years after Grenfell. And that is why we will bring forward a new remediation action plan this autumn to speed up the process, and we'll pursue those responsible without fear or favour. And this must lead to new, safer social housing for the future. Under the Tories, new social housing plummeted. We will reverse that tide, with an ambition to build more social homes than we lose within the first financial year of this Labour government. In my weeks in office, I set out how we will start this council housing revolution. But Conference, with government support must come responsibility. This is why today I want to give you my promise that this Labour government will take action to ensure that all homes are decent and safe, and residents are treated with the respect that they deserve. And Conference, of course, many housing associations, councils and landlords do good by their tenants. And I know how hard they've had it after 14 years under the Tories, which is why I will work in partnership with the sector to deliver the change. But I will clamp down on damp and mouldy homes by bringing Arab's Law into the social renter sector this autumn, and will extend it to the private rented sector too. We will consult and implement a new decent home standard for social and private rented homes to end the scandal of homes being unfit to live in. And we'll also ensure that social housing staff have the right skills and experience. And I will ensure that 2.5 million housing association tenants in this country can hold their landlord to account for their high-quality services and homes, so that repairs and complaints are handled faster. But more importantly, so that social housing tenants are treated fairly. I'm under no illusion about the mountain we have to climb. We all saw that this summer. Violent extremists preyed on our communities, and local councils were left picking up the pieces. Local leadership is the foundation of strong communities. And that's why I've put local government back where it belongs, at the heart of my department's name and missions. Because the best decisions are made by those with skin in the game. When I worked in care, me and the other home helps joined the union because we knew we had a part to play in improving things. We came together to work with management to deliver a service from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m, 7 days a week, and provide flexibility for the predominantly female workforce. We proved we could boost productivity and provide an improved service to those we cared for, as well as managing our own caring responsibilities outside of work. And Keir and I are determined to end this Whitehall knows best approach and trust those with skin in the game. The last Labour government created the London Mayor, the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Senate and the Northern Ireland Assembly, and we will seize this moment and finally complete that irreversible shift in opportunity, power and wealth across the whole country. It's why we can deliver, how we can deliver real sustained change for every region. And Labour mayors are already proving it. Buses under local control in Greater Manchester, £2 fares in West Yorkshire, Oxford Street regeneration in London, publicly owned battery trains in Liverpool, and opportunities for unemployed young people in the West Midlands. Labour mayors have shown what is possible when Labour is in power. And that is why I'm giving mayors more powers over house building and planning, as well as transport and skills. A new white paper will map out how we will move power out of Whitehall. And I'm delighted to announce today that we will move forward with 2 investment zones, creating high-quality jobs in advanced manufacturing in the West Midlands and in life sciences in West Yorkshire. Just this week, conference, I agreed 8 devolution deals. All 4 corners of Yorkshire will now have a local champion. New mayors for Hull and East Yorkshire and Greater Lincolnshire, Warwickshire, Surrey, Buckinghamshire and Cornwall will get new powers over skills. And today I'm proud to announce the next step in our devolution revolution. This government will change the future of the north of England, so Northerners will no longer be dictated to from Whitehall. Conference, we will be the government to complete devolution in the north. The change will be irreversible and I will get it done. And as a proud Northerner, this milestone is personal for me. And conference, it was the foundation of a decent home, secure work and strong community that nurtured me. The youth club on a Friday afternoon gave me somewhere to go with a youth worker I could trust. A Sure Start Centre is where I met other mums and learned how to look after my new baby. Conference, a community raised me. None of those people cast me aside or gave up on me. And when I became a home help, suddenly it was my job to look after the people who once looked after me. Retired professors, teachers, nurses, police officers, they needed my care in the last years and days of their life. Care that they deserved. Care that was my honour to provide. I find myself once again with an opportunity to serve those people who never gave up on me. On the 4th of July, the people entrusted us with the task of change, and hope won. Now is our moment, not just to say, but to do. Labour governments of the past took on this same challenge at a time when Britain desperately needed change. They deserved a better Britain when the odds were stacked against them. And that is exactly what this Labour government must deliver once again. So conference, let's get on with it.
Thank you, Angela. Conference, we've sadly lost a number of valued colleagues since we last met. The names of some of them are listed on page 16 of the NEC annual report and in the Conference Arrangements Committee Report 1. There may be others that are known to you. Conference will celebrate the lives of our colleagues with applause, so please stand now to remember all of those we've lost since we last met. Conference, it's now time for the General Secretary's report. So I'd like to invite David Evans to the lectern.
Conference, before I speak, I would like Conference with you to pay tribute to Andy Kerr. Andy died recently. Andy dedicated his professional life to the Labour movement, a former BT worker who went on to be Deputy General Secretary of the Communication Workers Union. He was unwavering in his support for the workers he represented. He also played a huge role in our party, from branch chair to NEC chair, serving on the NEC from 2007 until earlier this year. He brought deep experience and expertise and above all, the best Labour values to our movement. He made our party stronger and we are weaker without him. Conference, if we could just pause in silence for a few moments to honour Andy. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Ellie, and thank you, Angela. I always get to follow Angela, which is tough. But Conference, this is my 39th successive Labour Party conference, which means I've spent nearly half a year of my life here. Time well spent, I'm sure you'll agree. But now I have 3 days left in this job, so I thought maybe time for maybe 5 or 6 more donation emails pleading for money. Too much, too soon. But look, it's difficult to describe how I feel about having been your General Secretary, but it has been a profound honour and privilege. I'd like to thank my family. I'd like to thank you for giving me this chance, and of course, Keir and Angela for your inspiring leadership and support. But really, I want to thank our staff. There's an old quote that says, "It's amazing what you can achieve when you don't care who gets the credit." And that's what being a Labour staffer is all about. You might not see it, but they walk through walls for this party, and not one of them wants anything other than this party to win. Whatever success I've had has come from appointing people who are better than me and then backing them to succeed. The day after I became General Secretary in May 2020, I did just that. I phoned a phenomenal woman, Carol Limforth, and I asked her to head up my office. Always driving on, always doing the difficult things. She's been running the show for decades, never once asking for credit. I was going to say she's probably backstage right now running this conference and probably just about to cut the mic on me, but I'm not. I've seen her there. So, Carol, please come onto the stage. Come on. Thank you. Where are the flowers?
Well, I didn't know there were flowers.
Here are the flowers. She just said she's going to kill me. But Carol Limforth, my Chief of Staff, my boss, and the woman who really makes the party tick. Because of Carol and our outstanding staff team and all of you, I think we've got quite some year to report back on. At last year's conference, we launched our plan Win 24. And in 24, we won. By-elections, local elections, and of course, the general election. And we must celebrate our wins, of course we must. Not to be indulgent, but because we need to understand how we won to help us win again. And when we look back at political events, as Ellie said, they can seem inevitable, ordained, destined to be, but they never are. Every step is hard fought. This is always the story of our party. And remember, it was nearly 200 years ago when the Conservative Party was set up by those in power to keep power for themselves. And then, now they're out, beaten, down to 121 seats. Brilliant. The Labour Party, our party, set up by our trade unions 124 years ago to give a voice in Parliament to those without power, without a voice, now victorious, 411 seats. But it was sobering to hear Keir say at our Clause 5 meeting when we agreed the manifesto that only 3 times in our history has a Labour opposition manifesto ever meant anything. 1945, 1964 and 1997. Every other time, chip paper, because we didn't win. But now we have that historic 4th opportunity. But to seize it, we must win at least another full term, something we've only done ever once before. So conference, we won this time because we changed our party. Back in May 2020, I found a party that had lost 4 general elections in a row. Staff morale broken, equalities laws broken, financially broke. But we had an even more profound challenge. Our party, our whole organisation, had turned inwards, in on ourselves, absorbed by our own internal politics. We'd stopped listening to voters, and no surprise, in turn, they'd stopped listening to us. Our main task, the driving mission set by Keir, was a simple one: to point our party back to the voters, to change our party to earn their trust. That's why we changed, building the most sophisticated listening machine in British politics, boosted our staff, hiring over 180 digital and trainee organisers to reach out to voters online and on the ground, changed our rulebook so our politicians could focus outwards on their voters, changed our membership card, committing to always put the country first, changed our culture, more open, more inclusive, more risk-taking, more like the best campaigns in the world, changed how we raised money, so for the first time ever we could outspend the Tories, changed our brand to show that we love our country and we are proud to be patriotic. And when the voters didn't agree with us on everything, we didn't turn away, we didn't suggest that they needed to change, we leaned in closer, we listened more intently, and without compromising our values, We built common ground, and that's how we gained ground. Conference, this is how we won. This is how we will keep winning, and this is how we will change the country. But change... Change is never easy. People by nature don't necessarily like change. It's risky, it's unsettling, you can make mistakes, and we made a few. Superficial change is easy, but it doesn't last. Profound change is tough. We had to rebuild the political, organisational and moral foundations of our party. And fixing foundations causes disruption, upheaval. Things look worse before they can get better. But Conference, this is how we built something strong, something to last. And now, thanks to that change, this party can now begin to change our country. But in politics, if you stand still, you get knocked down. Change can't stop. Our mandate is strong, but our coalition, fragile. Last week, I was in my garden, and I found myself watching a flock of geese fly over my house. When you see geese on the ground, they can look chaotic, noisy, awkward. Indeed, on the ground, they're called a gaggle. But when you see them fly in that magnificent V formation, they're majestic. In the air, you know, the collective noun for geese is a team. They're not born to do that, they learn it. You'll see where this is going. The lead goose shoulders the headwind to lessen the load on others. It means they can go further, longer, faster. They're noisy in flight, they're always communicating. And best of all, if a goose falls out of the V, they go back for them. No goose gets left behind. I'll be honest, I can be honest, I've got 3 days left. Too often in our history, we haven't always been a majestic flock of geese, a team. We've been a gaggle on the ground, too easily turning inwards, crying betrayal, losing shape when the going gets tough. We must break this cycle. We must seize the opportunity now, this week, to build a party and a government umbilically connected. Doesn't mean a party that just follows blindly. It means a proper partnership in service of the British people, listening openly to each other, challenging in each other, yes, to be better, so that we have a party that has the government's back every day of the week. And we have a government that never loses touch with the voters. So let's build that team that seizes this unique, precious opportunity we have to reorder British politics, Labour as the party of government, fulfilling our founders' vision, political power in the service of everyone. Conference, as I stand down, I'm confident we are ready for the challenge ahead. And you know why I'm confident? Because I know in Holly Ridley, we have a General Secretary who will fight every day to win. Made in Dagenham, a working-class woman who's come through the ranks and has made a success of every role she's had in the party. She is a tenacious and talented leader who has this party in her bones. But her task ahead is tough. As I said, only once before in our history have we won a full successive second term of office. Only once. And you know there's an uncanny parallel. The General Secretary who did that was a brilliant working-class woman, Margaret McDonagh, who died of brain cancer last year. Her sister, Siobhan, who's only slightly less fierce than Margaret, told me to say in this speech that there's a fringe meeting on the campaign to find a cure for that cancer tomorrow at 3:30 in AC12, and you're all expected to be there. But sadly, of course, Margaret isn't with us this year, but Holly is. And Holly, I've been so proud to work with you. And I know that under your leadership, you will take this wonderful, infuriating, imperfect, but beautiful party on to win again and again. But Conference, don't think you'll get rid of me. I'll be with you as a volunteer. I'll be with you knocking on doors in each election. And I'll be with you next year for my 40th annual conference. I am so grateful for having had the chance to serve as your General Secretary. Together we did all right, didn't we? Thank you.
Thank you once again, David, for everything that you have given to our party. Conference will now consider the financial reports, which are listed at page 51 of the annual report. I'll invite our party treasurer, Mike Payne, to present his report to conference.
Pnawn da pawb. Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Payne, recently re-elected party treasurer, and I cannot tell you how proud I am to have been re-elected as your party treasurer and to be given the opportunity to carry on making the improvements needed to ensure that my commitment, which I gave the conference last year, to ensure that this party's finances remain resilient, stable and sustainable for the long term, are actually delivered. My thanks to everybody who nominated me for re-election. I will try to continue to work hard on your behalf. Conference, before I move on to my financial report, I'd like to thank a few people who don't usually get the recognition that they deserve for their hard work and endeavours on behalf of our great party. Firstly, I'd like to thank Chris Tidswell, our Chief Finance Officer, and his deputies, Safina, and all of the finance team for all of their hard work over the past 2 years. Conference, the finance teams in any organisation are usually the unforeseen faces who work diligently on behalf of an organisation with little or no acknowledgement for their collective and individual contributions. I would like them all to know that we recognise that without their contributions, we would not be here in Liverpool today with a majority Labour government. Secondly, I'd also like to thank John Lahal, the Chief Operations Director, and all his team for the hard work. Whether that be the membership team who have worked hard on servicing, engagement, recruiting and retaining our members, our digital team, who I'm sure you will agree were outstanding during the general election, and actually blew the opposition away with the standard of our online presence. Thank you. Or our tech team, headed up by Tammy, who is an absolute superstar, and who made sure that our systems remained safe from online attack and ensured that all our field organisers had up-to-date equipment and support through the election. Our operations team, headed up by Sophia, who managed our 12 national and regional offices, our suppliers, our fleet vehicles and our 2 campaign buses, Angela, efficiently and effectively. Our conference commercial team, led by Vanessa, and the exhibitions teams, led by Anne, who every year managed to exceed our expectations and to smash their financial targets. Or our fundraising team, who raised record amounts of donations, and as David has said, for the first time ever, we were able to finance the Tories, outspend the Tories. Or the lottery team have signed up hundreds and hundreds of new contributors. Conference is a direct result of their work. You are now part of the biggest Labour Party conference ever, surpassing even last year's record. And we've delivered a huge majority Labour government whilst doing that. The size of the exhibition space, the fringe meetings on offer, and the number of delegates and visitors present is the biggest ever. Over 20,000 passes have been issued for this conference this week. Please take the time to visit as many exhibitions as possible and enjoy the experience. A huge thank you to all of them, and also to everybody in this room and all of those CLP members who answered the many requests, and there were many, to donate during the campaign. Your generosity has been mind-blowing, and without you, we could not have achieved our successes. So, conference, as to the reason why I'm here, I have the pleasure to present to you the 2023 Annual Statement of Accounts, which can be found on pages 57 to 68. Delegates will be pleased to know that I'm not going to go through those line by line. But last year, I was able to advise the conference that from the low point of a £5.2 million deficit at the end of 2021, we moved to a position of a £2.7 million surplus at the end of 2022. In 2023, the party needed to be in a state of readiness for the general election, which could have been at that time called at any point. So we took the decision to make significant investment, increasing staff numbers, increasing our capability, particularly around digital and campaigning initiatives, and improving office infrastructure and office accommodation. All of this was needed to deliver a well-organised campaign, and I'm sure the conference will agree we certainly did that. However, as a result of that decision, and based upon a resource assessment, we set a budget that predicted a deficit of 2.5 million at the end of 2023. I'm pleased to be able to tell conference today that because of our improved financial position and as a result of our increase in donor contributions and commercial income, our financial position at the end of 2023 is in fact a deficit of 851,000, which is a significant improvement of 1.649 million. I'm sure the conference will agree that the party has responded extremely well to the financial challenges it faced, and we faced an unprecedented number of by-elections and, of course, lots of victories, and that we build towards an investment in general election readiness in 2023 has clearly contributed towards the overwhelming victory on July the 4th. Chair, if I may, I would just like to give some further detail to conference. With regards to income, our key source of income remains membership and donations. In 2023, those two areas combined contributed 57% of the total income of this party, which is broadly the same as 2022. Total income increased from 47 million to 58 million, an increase of 8%. Donations increased by 6 million and membership by 1 million. Commercial income rose by 3.4 million, largely as a consequence of our exceptional conference last year. With regards to expenditure, the party's total expenditure increased in 2023 by 14.8 million, or 75% increase on the 2022 level. The key areas of change were commercial expenditure, which is directly linked to our increased commercial income, was 0.959 million. Running costs, which you will see under Note 8 in the accounts, include political activities of 2.190 million, staffing 4.318 million, IT 1.574 million, buildings and premises 1.767 million. And there's also a provision in the accounts for corporation tax of 0.199 million. As I said earlier, these increases because of our strategy to build capability and capacity in preparation for the general election. The party's accounts and financial statements have been audited by Crowe UK LLP Limited, and I'd like to thank the auditor partner and her team for their effort, their support and advice during the audit. The 2023 audit was particularly challenging due to the timing and the complexity. The audit ran alongside the general election build-up and the short campaign, with the audit itself being concluded the day on which we got the election result. This meant that the audit's nature under the going concern account standard changed as we became a party in power, and the financial dynamics of the party shifted, needed to be assessed. Despite all the pressures, and because of our finance team, the audit was concluded without any qualifications or adverse commentary. A remarkable outcome, I'm sure you'll agree, delivered by a team under extreme pressure. Conference, they supported a general election campaign with the intensity of a short campaign whilst delivering an audit, which in my opinion is simply remarkable. Finally, Chair, Conference, looking forward to 2024 financial year, from an accounting perspective, this will be an unusual one for many reasons. We've had to produce a business-as-usual budget, a general election budget, a short campaign budget, and now we also need to reset the budget for a party in power. As I said last year, cost control, income generation and strong financial management remains my priority. We need to be financially agile so that we can respond to changes in income or expenditure levels. We still have campaigns to fight and to win, and we are needing to build a 5-year financial strategy to ensure that the party remains financially stable, resilient and sustainable in the long term. Conference, I have pleasure in presenting my Treasurer's report for 2023. I'm happy to take questions and I'll do my best to provide an answer immediately. However, if I don't have that information to hand, and I'm sure you'll appreciate I won't have everything to hand, I will ensure that delegates get a response as quickly as possible. Alternatively and/or additionally, please come and say hello during the week and raise any discussions or comments you have during that week. Thank you for listening to me. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thanks, Mike. Has anyone got any questions on the Treasurer's report? No? Okay, fantastic. We need to formally adopt these financial statements. Can I see all those in favour of doing so? Great. All those against? Excellent. I think that's passed unanimously. Can we also accept the annual report as a whole? Can I see a show of hands? Great. Anyone against? Lovely. Thank you, Conference. Now to what is probably one of my favourite bits of Conference, the Merit and Best Practice Awards, to recognise those who, all of our members did a brilliant job, but this is just to recognise those that have really gone above and beyond.
My name's Lauren Bates and we have won the Best Campaign Award here in Southport. We have our first ever Labour MP for Southport, and we did this by skilling up our volunteers, by getting them on the app, by showing them what doorstep conversations look like, and by our organiser holding Zoom events where people could use dialogue.
My name's Rosie Writing, the newly elected Labour MP for the Kettering constituency. All of the people that got involved were what made the win in Kettering possible, so thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry. It was a brilliant team effort from those on the ground, supported by campaigners from all over going to help, and we were proud to play our part in the phone bank in Kettering's history-making campaign, electing the first woman MP for the seat against the odds.
I am Robbie. I was the organiser in South and Eastern Rochford, where we had like thousands of leaflets to deliver. We put out calls, people would come and take them, thousands of envelopes of stuff. People would come and sit in the office and stuff them and just have a great time, and so many people came canvassing. It was so much fun and I'm so proud.
I'm Lewis Warner. Our Win 24 tour saw us mobilise thousands of members across the UK to campaign in nearly 90 battleground seats in every region, in every nation. Whether it meant sleeping in tents in Anglesey or driving the length of the country, no ask or distance was too challenging for our members.
Hi, I'm Alan Gemmell and I'm the new Scottish Labour MP for Central Ayrshire. We managed to record contacts with 14,000 voters and I made about 3,000 phone calls. And we were just really focused on winning this seat back.
Hello, I'm Annalise McDowell and I'm the Digital Communications Officer for Monmouthshire CLP. The best practice critical to the campaign was being consistent with posting online, but also staying positive and running a positive digital campaign.
I'm really proud of all the members who gave their time, petrol, all the things that they did to get up to Amber Valley, to get to Erewash, and to have such a fantastic general election result. Well done, team.
I'm Penny Henderson, CLP Secretary of Westmoreland and Monsdale. For the general election, we were twinned with Barrow-Furness CLP, and it was decided that one of the ways we could support the campaign was to raise funds. We raised £11,824 for Barrow and Furness. This award recognises that we have an integral part to play in our Labour victory.
Well done to all of the winners of the awards. We also have two very special merit awards this year for Molly Harthill and Martin Sloman. Our first winner, Molly Harthill, was nominated by Clapham and Brixton Hill CLP for her endless enthusiasm and commitment to delivering a Labour victory in both her own constituency but also in their twin seat of Worthing West. Molly consistently organised CLP trips to Worthing West to support their campaign. It's thanks to the hard work of members like Molly that we were able to win in our battleground seats. So thanks very much, Molly, if you want to come up to the stage. Our second Merit Award is for Martin Sloman. He's been nominated by Norfolk CLP for his diligence and dedication as a member for over 60 years. Martin recalls skipping school to send a telegram congratulating Harold Wilson on his election as Labour Party leader in 1963. But it's now Martin's turn to be congratulated. Although I'm not sure we can promise you a telegram, Martin, if you'd like to come to the stage. Thanks very much to Molly, to Martin and all of our winners. The next speaker I had the privilege of working with when I was Deputy National Campaign Coordinator. This person was instrumental in leading our victory on the 4th of July. So it's my great privilege to welcome Pat McFadden to the lectern. Thank you, Pat.
In 2019, the Labour Party suffered its worst election defeat in almost 100 years. We lost the trust of our traditional voters. Places that had always voted Labour turned blue. Then, in 2020, Keir Starmer was elected leader of the Labour Party. He assembled a team united in a shared purpose: to change the party and put it back in the service of working people. They worked to make amends with the communities who had been let down, and took action to make the Labour Party something people wanted to vote for.
Under my leadership, there will be zero tolerance of anti-Semitism, of racism, of discrimination of any kind.
Once again, we energised and organised campaign teams, knocking on doors across the country, making the case that having changed the Labour Party, Keir Starmer could change the country. That with steadfast leadership and a manifesto for working people, we could get Britain's future back. And in 2024, Keir Starmer's Labour Party delivered a landslide win.
We did it!
411 Labour MPs. We made history.
Conference, please welcome Pat McFadden, National Campaign Coordinator for the 2024 general election.
Thank you, Conference. Clause 1 of Labour's Constitution, written over 100 years ago, says, "There shall be, in Parliament and in the country, a political Labour Party." The very first clause of our Constitution, written by the founders of the Labour Party, commits us to winning, to serve the public, not ourselves, to win elections and to govern in the national interest. And today, Conference, I can report to you that we have fulfilled the pledge of Clause 1, because today there is in Parliament and in the country a successful and powerful political Labour Party. On the 4th of July, we won a majority from opposition for only the 4th time in 100 years. It gave us a Labour Prime Minister, a Labour Deputy Prime Minister, a Labour Chancellor, a Labour Cabinet, over 400 Labour MPs elected to Parliament, seats we have never won before, seats the Tories had never lost before, the biggest majority in a generation, the most seats in every region in England, in Scotland and in Wales. And yes, as a Wolverhampton MP, the Black Country turned red once again. Now, there is no pendulum in British politics. If anyone tells you that victory was inevitable, that it just fell from the sky, well, tell them to look at the history. This was a victory that was hard won, and it would not have been possible without your commitment to our cause. So, as the National Campaign Coordinator for this general election, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for everything you did, the leaflets you delivered, the doors you knocked, the phone calls you made, the hunger that made you go out there time after time, and the faith that you showed in our campaign. I want to thank our staff, the greatest campaign team that anyone could ever wish for. And most of all, thank you to the British people for putting their trust in us. And be clear about why we won. Yes, people wanted to get rid of the Tories. They wanted to turn the page on all the chaos and the drift, on the running down of the NHS, on treating politics as a show, on party above country every single time, on the cynical erosion of the belief in the power of voting to achieve anything. But we must never make the mistake of thinking that disillusionment with the Tories is enough. It's not enough for voters simply to be fed up with the government of the day. They have to think the alternative can do the job. And there have been times past when people have lost faith in the Tories and then looked at us and turned away, decided we weren't ready, that we hadn't changed enough. Well, not this time, not with this leader, not in this campaign. This time we changed the story and won the trust of the British people. In our marginal seats this year, more than 1 in 5 of our voters were people that had supported the Conservatives in 2019, and we welcome each and every one of them. We welcome every supporter, old and new. And why did they come to us? Because they could see that we were serious. Economic stability over unfunded wish lists, national security, support for NATO, 100% behind Ukraine's fight for survival, a party of wealth creation as well as wealth distribution. a party that learned from its defeat rather than telling the voters that they had got it wrong. That isn't caution. It's our duty, it's our job description, it's our founding purpose to learn from the people and to win, because we have a higher ambition than opposition. Our ambition is to lead the country through this world of change and the enormous possibilities that it brings. And the courage, your courage, to transform the Labour Party, help people trust us to change the country. And that is the promise enshrined in our Clause 1. That's the difference between another 5 years of opposition, 5 years of nothing but clicks and likes and lamenting what the government is doing, and 5 years in power, 5 years in which we can do and not just talk. And when we look today at the Tory leadership election, where is their hunger for change? Where is their humility to learn from defeat? Plenty of contenders, but not a change candidate among them. Never again should we let the Tories drag our country down or hold our people back. And being honest about what the Tories left us, about the damage they did to the country, that's not gloom. It's serious, and it's time we got serious about the governance and the future of the country. Conference, our victory has purpose and it has ambition. The Attlee government gave us a welfare state out of the ruins of war. The Wilson government saw how society was changing and let us live more freely together. The Blair government renewed the country and restored the public realm. And what unites them all, every Labour government, modernises a Britain that's been allowed to fall behind by the Tories. Every Labour government is about the future. It's about a better tomorrow, not the siren call of retreating to the past. And that's what we will do now as change begins. Today's Labour government has come to office with 5 missions for Britain. Economic growth for the long term to make you and your family better off, cutting waiting lists and fixing the NHS just as we did before, just as every Labour government always does. Clean power to boost our energy security and create good jobs all around the country. Safer streets because safety is core to the freedom to live your life, and because we understand it is working class communities that are hit hardest by crime. And opportunity for every child of every background, because we believe in the fulfilment of human potential for all our people. These are Labour goals, Labour values, and this is the change that we need. And we've already begun. Creating the National Wealth Fund, a railways bill, a buses bill, ending the doctor strike, Martin's Law, the GB Energy Bill, the Renters Bill, and soon we will abolish the hereditary peerage. And this is just the start. It is change worth having and change worth fighting for. Now, it won't always be easy and it won't always be quick, but if we hold true to the lessons of our victory this year, if we vow never to go back, not back to the kind of party that the Tories enjoyed beating, then we won't go back to the Tory government that left us with the legacy that they did. People will judge us at the next election on whether their family's better off, whether their public services are working better, whether we are rebuilding the country, the same things upon which we should judge ourselves. Now, you might have noticed some people are finding it a little bit difficult to accept that Labour is in government, to accept that we have any right to be here. But we're not placeholders. We're not here to mark time. We have a mission, and be in no doubt we are here to make lasting change. Now, I believe in honouring the achievements of past Labour governments. I believe in taking pride in them, but I don't believe in living in them, because it's time now to make new history, to write a new chapter and to be the next great Labour government. So be confident. And be ambitious. This is the job description of the Labour Party, written in that Clause 1 of our Constitution. Over time, the way that we win always changes, but the need to win and the reason for winning never do. To build on the achievements of those who went before and to forge once again a better future for this country. And that is what brought us back to the service of the British people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pat. The general election result wasn't just the 6 weeks of the short campaign, it was the culmination of years of hard work from members, activists, staff, candidates. And now we're going to hear from 4 of those new MPs. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
That was successful.
Well, it's fantastic to welcome you all to the stage. Kirif Entwistle, our new MP for Bolton North East. Claire Hughes, our new MP for Bangor Aberconway. Fred Thomas, our new MP for Plymouth Moorview. And Blair McDougall, our new MP for East Renfrewshire. So I've got a question for all of you about how you, how the campaign went, what worked well. But my first question is for you, Kirif. What do you think worked well in your seat, and how did we do things differently in this election?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that worked really well, I always talk about this, is data was fantastic. We almost benefited, it didn't feel like it at the time, but we had all our elections the year before. We worked really, really hard on getting our data up to scratch and making sure that we were targeting our efforts in really specific areas, really being mindful and responsive to some of the challenges and issues that were coming up on the doorstep. And just treating it as a really strong listening exercise, making sure that we were having those all-important conversations with those key voters.
Thanks, Kira. That's fantastic. And Fred, I know you got a lot of support from your twinned seats. What difference did that make, having other CLPs coming over and campaigning for you?
Yes, absolutely, that's right. We had loads of support. And clearly in contact rate, that makes all the difference. And we know that the more we talk to people, the more they are likely to vote for us. We're not able to do that, and small CLPs particularly. So to have that support is absolutely massive. I think the other thing that it enables you to do is breed a community, bring people in, and we were really focused on that in Plymouth and making sure that we were welcoming to the neighbouring CLPs so that they would keep coming back, which they did, thankfully, and it just built some momentum. So more people, more contact rate, and a sense of family, a sense of being all in a campaign together, and a sense of focus as well, and that was really effective for us.
Fantastic, and I know that twinning across the country meant that we were able to get activists into the places we needed them in order to win, so it's really good to hear about your experiences of that. Claire, candidates ran really impressive digital campaigns during the general election. Can you tell us a little bit about that and the difference that it made to you?
It made a really huge difference to me. The level of recognition, the difference in going to a doorstep and then someone saying, I already know who you are, I've seen you on Facebook, I've seen you on YouTube, etc. That was really, really powerful. It was even to the extent that my kids were saying to me, Mum, you know, it's embarrassing, my friends keep seeing on YouTube all the time. So it made a really huge difference. It really did. And I think that It's something we were able to run kind of multi-channel campaigns. So we did quite hyper-local things. For example, we did a campaign around the local high street, and we could then have a bespoke print, which we did for that, and back that up with a bespoke digital campaign around it as well. So I think that's something that we would really, really want to continue. And one thing that we didn't get to do, and I know there's other CLPs did really well, was the activity in local Facebook groups and next door. So that's something that we're really keen to carry on now, and taking the learnings from what other people have done really well with that too.
Fantastic, thanks Claire. I think that link between digital and print worked really well in the election. Yeah, fantastic. And Blair, how do we ensure we keep our campaign machine fighting fit for the next general election?
I think the best way to keep the machine going is to make sure that you don't switch it off in the first place, and to keep the engine running. I think when you come to the end of a general election campaign and you're all exhausted or delighted, you kind of think, well, people want a break, but actually I think people miss the sense of purpose. They miss that feeling of community that Fred was talking about. So I think keeping that going. I think the other thing we need to do is make sure that we all learn the lessons of why we won, and talk about data. I think is a really important part of that. But making sure that everyone in our local parties understands that, so that when you ask them to go the extra mile in the future, you're not just telling them what to do, they understand why it is that we're asking them to campaign in a particular way.
Fantastic, and that's a really important point about keeping the campaigning alive, and that's why we had a national campaign weekend at the end of August, and we've got more scheduled to the end of the year, so we can keep up that campaigning culture that we had in the general election. Now, just to end on a quick fire round for all of you, what one piece of advice would you give to candidates and MPs who'll be thinking of standing at the next election?
Yeah, this is a tough one, because I think from my own experience, it's like you feel like you have to be everywhere all the time. But actually what we did really well this time around was really utilising our candidates really effectively and making sure that we were sort of protecting our energy, protecting our time, and focusing on those crucial conversations. So it's very much about like what is the best value of your time. Think about what best use you are as a candidate, because you have a unique role to play. So it's about recognising that, but also protecting your energy and making sure that you are able to perform and to have those crucial conversations to the best of your ability, because those are really powerful.
Fantastic, thanks Kira. And I know that candidates making those persuasion pathways made a real difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
Claire?
I think start as early as you can with building your team, because our teams are really what make the campaign, aren't they? You know, we lead as a candidate, but you know, if you're a candidate, you will get to work with the most incredible volunteers, party staff, but start building that team as soon as possible, I think.
Absolutely, really, really important. Fred?
I would say commit, totally. And it's a great honour to be a candidate for a council or a parliamentary position. The campaigning is wonderful, the team behind you that you will quickly build, that Claire mentions, is awesome, but you need to absolutely commit. And I think win or lose, if you win, fine. If you lose and you haven't fully committed, that probably hurts more than thinking you could have done something slightly more. So go for it 100%.
I think that's right, and the commitment of all of our candidates in this general election was absolutely phenomenal. So thank you for that. And finally, Blair.
Buy some Barocca. Buy a battery pack for your mobile phone. But related to what Fred was saying, as well as committing to hard work, finding joy in that hard work. The advice I always give to my kids, I always say to my kids, life is full of hard work, so you need to find a way to make it enjoyable. And I think as a candidate, you need to find joy in the fact that, you know, you are up at a train station meeting commuters in the morning and finishing at a mosque in the late evening or whatever it is. I think if you can make that campaigning lifestyle something which is enriching and builds friendships and communities, and then it'll just find it so much easier.
Fantastic. I certainly think it's been great sort of getting out on the doorstep over the summer after the election, because I think you've got to enjoy speaking to voters for sure. Thank you so much for all of your insights, and it's fantastic to have all of you in Parliament. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
conference, I'm now absolutely delighted to welcome Holly Ridley, who the NEC has chosen as our new General Secretary. Thank you so much, Holly.
Conference. What an honour it is to be on this stage in front of the very people who delivered one of the biggest election victories in British political history. To every leafleter, every door knocker, every councillor and campaign coordinator, every trade unionist and co-operator, every volunteer and staff member, I was so proud to stand alongside you as we sent over 400 Labour MPs to Westminster and put Keir Starmer into number 10. And I am proud to stand before you now as only the third woman to be nominated to the role of General Secretary in our party's history. And I want to thank the NEC for placing their faith in me as we work towards the next general election. Because let me be clear, the work to win that second term starts right now. Conference, in a few moments' time, you will be asked to ratify me as General Secretary. But before you do so, I want to tell you a bit about myself. As a working-class girl born in 1980s Dagenham, I was never supposed to be on this stage. It wasn't in the script. At school, like so many girls from my communities like mine, some told me to lower my expectations, that politics wasn't for people like me. But when Nick Griffin descended on my hometown, I knew that I had to roll up my sleeves and get stuck in. That was the very first time I went door knocking. I was not prepared to let the far right sow hatred and division in my community. Doing nothing was not an option. The far right fill vacuums. They exploit fear. But the local party worked hard to show local residents that politics could be a force for good, that their vote could make a difference. And when they finally sent the BNP pack in, I was hooked. The local activists who run that campaign were incredible, and they lit a fire in me that still burns today. It was at that point that I knew that I wanted to do something that every girl dreams of growing up. I wanted to be a Labour Party organiser. In 2011, I applied to be a trainee organiser, and the rest, as they say, is history. At that time, I was living with my parents and working as a cleaner in McDonald's. I didn't have extensive political networks, but the Labour Party took a chance on me. And I have worked every day to repay their trust, to deliver for communities like mine. Because that's what politics means to me. When we lose, places like Dagenham are hit hardest. This isn't a game. Winning is personal to me, and it has to be for all of us. It is only by winning that we can truly put Labour values into action. Like all of us, I stand here today on the shoulders of the extraordinary men and women who came before, who fought every day to make our country better, who paved the road with blood, sweat and tears. And this applies to nobody more than my friend and mentor, Margaret Madonna. Margaret was the first ever woman to be the permanent General Secretary of the Labour Party. She was a force of nature, always generous with her time, and her counsel was impeccable. She smashed glass ceilings and dedicated herself to ploughing the waves for the women who followed behind. She believed we are all custodians of the Labour Party, that our responsibility is to bring forward the people who come next, to train them, to give them the skills to unlock their potential, to leave the Labour Party stronger. Nobody did that more than Margaret, and I will be forever grateful to have known her. I know she would have been incredibly proud of the result that we achieved in July this year, a result that we delivered against the odds, a result that would not have been possible without you, our members. Pounding the streets day in, day out, making the positive case for a Britain that puts working people first. Your resilience, your passion to change the country, and your commitment to Labour makes me want to be better every single day. To our trade union colleagues, the work that you do to stand up for your members makes me so proud of our movement. Trade union values were driven into me from a very early age by my mum's there, so I can't look. By my incredible mum, who worked in the local Sure Start Centre. And they have shaped every decision I have ever made and will continue to do so if I am appointed. Since the day I entered the workforce, I have been a proud trade union member. And I know that when the Labour Party and the trade union movement work together in the interests of the British people, there is nothing that we cannot achieve. And we are going to need all of that collective endeavour if we are going to win again. The threat of the far right that got me involved is as real now as it was then. They may be better dressed, but you know what they say about a wolf in sheep's clothing. And we are going to have to work together every single day to defeat that threat. But we know that we can do it. The general election campaign proved that when we work together, we win. Our 2024 field campaign has been described repeatedly as the best in the world. And I want to recognise the extraordinary Labour Party staff who work so hard for it. Much of their work goes unseen, but they are talented, committed and prepared to do whatever it takes to win. And I know the sacrifices that you all make to deliver a government, and it has been a privilege to work alongside you as we transform our party together, so thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to my friend, my predecessor, David Evans. There will be much written about David's tenure, but for me, his commitment to eradicating anti-Semitism from our party, regardless of the personal cost, will always be his enduring legacy. be under no illusions. Winning again will be tough. To do so, our organisation is going to have to do things that have never been done before. We will need to innovate, be first with advances in campaign techniques, and sell the story of our success. The 2024 playbook is done. It cannot be used again. Incumbency is the name of the game now. And if I am appointed, our sole focus between now and 2029 will be to win again. And not just in the next general election. My eyes are firmly fixed on the Scottish and Welsh elections in 2026 and the local government elections all over the country in the years ahead. We can't bring real change into the whole of the UK unless we keep Eleanor Morgan as First Minister in Wales and elect Anna Sarwar as First Minister in Scotland. Conference, I have a 5-year-old daughter called Violet. And she is the light of my life. And like a good trade unionist, she spent the election campaign telling everyone she met that they needed to vote Labour for the doctors and the nurses. Well, Conference, Violet was right. Just a few weeks after winning the election, we had settled public sector pay disputes. We have kick-started a green energy revolution and we have scrapped the Rwanda scheme. Labour values in action in government. Only the start, but only possible because we won. And I was proud to play my part in making that happen. So I want you to vote yes to help me play my part securing our future. Vote yes so that we can continue the work we've started together. And vote yes so that we can send a message to working class girls from Dagenham to Dundee that there should be no limits on their ambition in the Labour movement.
Thank you so much, Holly, for that wonderful speech. We'll now take the vote to confirm our new General Secretary. All those in support, please show your hands. Is anyone against? I think that's passed unanimously. Conference will now break for lunch. See you back here at 2 o'clock. And don't forget to vote in the priorities ballot.
conference, please welcome Abdi Douali and the Platform Party.
Welcome back, conference. My name is Abdi Douali, member of the NEC, representing CLPs and re-elected for another 2 years. So thank you very much, conference. I hope you all had a very good lunch. Our first speaker of the afternoon session will be Chief Secretary to the Treasury and Bristol North West MP, Darren Jones.
Conference, I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to Keir Starmer, our leader, the 7th Labour Prime Minister of our country, for leading us to victory in an election so many thought was impossible for us to win. Thank you to you, our members, for all that you did to give this great party of ours the chance to serve once again, for giving me the chance to serve in the cabinet of a Labour government. Conference, for generations, my family worked at the Bristol docks. Ernie Bevan, that great trades union general secretary and Labour statesman who started life organising workers in my constituency, gave them power at work through collectivism. Bevan said to my forefathers, "Change begins." My grandparents grew up in the council flats that the Attlee Labour government built in the 1940s, the same council flats that I grew up in as a child. Homes that gave families like mine the security of a roof over our heads. Attlee said to my grandparents, "Change begins." And the Blair Labour government, with the national minimum wage and its mantra of education, 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 lifted me and my family out of poverty. Blair said to my family, "Change begins." Each generation, a new Labour government, giving power, housing, education, the National Health Service to the national minimum wage. Generational opportunities for working people like you and me, and now with a new generation and a new Labour government, conference, we will deliver generational change for Britain once again. But conference, we should want more than that. More than a once-in-a-generation chance to serve. I want our Labour Party to become the natural party of government, a title the Conservative Party claimed for years, but we can take it from them. We have the chance to prove that we are the change makers, that our Change Labour Party can be trusted to govern, not just for 1 or 2 terms, but 3, 4 and 5. That together as a united Labour Party, we can deliver for Britain. Now, I see my job of Chief Secretary to the Treasury, other than the Chancellor, as one of the hardest jobs in government. The person responsible for every pound and every penny. The person who wants to say yes, but often has to say no. The person who follows the money and asks, does it add up? How will it be paid for? Can we afford it? How do you know it will be spent well? How do we really fix this problem? But underneath these questions is a serious point. When the Conservatives crashed the economy, working people paid the price. When they left no money for public services and ran away, working people paid the price. When the Tories lied to the public, we all paid the price. These problems that we are dealing with, they were not inevitable problems. They were created by the Conservative Party. So, conference, let us be clear. Never again. Never again will we let the Conservatives wreck the economy. Never again will we go back to the chaos of the Conservative Party. Conference, never again should we let the Tories get their hands on the keys to Downing Street. But conference, I have a secret to tell you about Downing Street. There is no magic wand behind those black doors. It's just us, people making decisions with Labour values in our hearts. To fix the foundations and rebuild Britain requires difficult decisions every day. But these difficult decisions give us the opportunity to invest in change, to deliver a more productive, future-facing economy, delivering improved living standards for families across the country. A more modern, effective government to help get Britain building again. High-performing, personalised public services, not least to transform our National Health Service. A new Britain fit for the 21st century. Conference, that's why I'm so proud to be working with Britain's first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, my friend and boss, the woman who's going to put rocket boosters under the British economy, Rachel Reeves. With Wes Streeting, who will fix our broken NHS. With Bridget Phillipson, who will give kids from backgrounds like hers and mine that precious thing, opportunity. With Ed Miliband, who will be bold in tackling climate change, and Yvette Cooper, who will halve violence against women and girls. Why, with our mission leads and all of us around the cabinet table and in Parliament, we will prove once again that Labour governments deliver real change for Britain. Conference, progress is always founded on hope. Hope that better days lie ahead. So let us remember that this is our moment, because it is our Labour movement that gives people like you and me, families like mine and yours, that great opportunity to achieve more together than we do alone. Let us together take forward the power of our Labour movement, the power that won us this general election to win us the next election and the one after that, to power the change this country needs. Conference, change begins.
Thank you very much, Darren. It's now with great pleasure I'm able to introduce our next speaker, the MP for Manchester Central and Leader of the House of Commons, Lucy Powell.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here speaking as the first Labour Leader of the House of Commons in 15 years. But what on earth does the leader actually do, apart from holding swords at coronations? My job is twofold: restore trust and respect in politics and ensure we deliver our bold and ambitious legislative agenda. Both are vital and connected and much needed. Populism and extremism feed from a belief that nothing ever changes and that all politicians are the same. The easy answers, lies and conspiracy theories, too readily sought when the status quo fails to change and improve ordinary lives. Progressive politics needs and must show the opposite, that politics is a force for good, that it can bring about change, that it does work in the interest of the many, not the few, that democracy, not hate and fear, can deliver change. And after an era of false promises, misspent hope, money wasted, long-running injustices denied, broken public services, economic folly which cost us all, a country which frankly just doesn't work, it's no wonder that people have lost hope. And that's why our drive to a government of service is so important. Rebuilding trust and delivering what we said we would. And let's be honest, Conference, some want to paint a picture that nothing will change, that we are all just the same. I totally refute that. First, conduct matters. That's why one of the first things I did as leader was to pass a motion to limit MP second jobs. And we will go further. I've set up a House Modernisation Committee to drive up standards, tackle bad culture and make Parliament more effective. Transparency matters too, and it's not always easy. But the question is, are we delivering on our promises without fear or favour? And judge us by our actions. We are on the side of fans, passengers, consumers and workers. And this couldn't be more different from the recent past, could it? Instead of strengthening the rules for MPs, when one of theirs was found in serious breach for lobbying, Tory MPs voted to get him off the hook. And what about their fast lane for mates? Billions of taxpayers' cash spent on crony COVID contracts. And let's never forget, they changed the law so we couldn't socialise while secretly partying themselves and then lying to Parliament about it for months. So don't let anyone tell you, Conference, we are the same. because we are not. The most important thing to rebuild trust is doing what we said we would, bringing about the real change people voted for. It sounds basic, but it's the bedrock. And in Parliament, that change has already begun. I was so proud to be at the heart of shaping our first legislative programme for government in 15 years. A King's Speech that is big, bold, and it's Labour. It's the most ambitious of any incoming government for a very long time. And look what we've already done. The Fiscal Responsibility Act, our first new law, so that Liz Truss can never happen again. A first bill to take our railways back into public ownership. Legislation to set up Great British Energy. A bill that puts water bosses on notice to clean up our rivers. We've introduced the Renters' Rights Bill, finally ending no-fault evictions. House of Lords reform. And conference, I can tell you, we are working at pace to meet our manifesto commitment to introduce the Employment Rights Bill within 100 days. All this in a short time, using the parliamentary majority we all fought so hard for. That's what change looks like. We've done more to improve lives in 14 weeks than the Conservatives did in 14 years. But that's not all. Some of the promises we made go deeper. To those who faced injustices and had been let down before. And we're determined to show that we are different. It's why we've moved so quickly on the infected blood compensation and post office redress schemes. And it's why we've introduced Martin's Law, a promise we made to Figan Murray, the mother of Martin Hett, to help keep venues safe. And conference, I'm so proud that it is our Labour government that will finally enact Hillsborough Law. That's the change a Labour government brings. And there's a lot more to come, I can tell you. That's what a government of service means. Power with a purpose, in service of the many, not the few. Restoring a belief that politics really can change people's lives. It's the only antidote we have to cynicism and populism. We have a chance now to prove it. It's a big responsibility. So let's get on with it. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Conference, since Russia attacked Ukraine in February 2022, the Labour Party's commitment to supporting Ukraine has never wavered. We stand together with Ukraine and our NATO allies. We stand together with Ukraine and our NATO allies in opposing Russia. It is therefore a privilege, conference, to invite Valery Zaluzhny to address conference.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Dear Foreign Secretary, dear Defense Secretary, dear Lords, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here and participate in the Labour Conference. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary and Defense Secretary for their personal commitment to freedom of the Ukrainian people. The Labour Party has a proud history of opposing fascism and appeasement. By joining the wartime coalition government back in 1940s, Labour ensured that Britain remained resolute in its fights against aggression. Today, Foreign Secretary Lamy, during the morning session on Ukraine, mentioned Mr. Honest Bevin. Great honest Bevin, I think. It was the very honest Bevin who understood the importance of strength and deterrence. Bevin's legacy includes the founding of NATO, the cornerstone of European security. He would have understood the urgent need for Ukraine's fast-track membership in NATO, a necessity that many seem to have now recognized. As an ex-commander-in-chief, I know firsthand what we desperately need: the capabilities for our people to prevail in this war. If Russia fires missiles at any targets in Ukraine, be it civilian or military, then it is Ukraine's absolutely right to respond in kind by hitting military targets within Russia. Isn't this that Article 51 of the United Nations Charter is about? Maybe yes. This is not escalation. It is about the principle of self-defense. Building on what we might call Bevinti principles, there are 10 things which are pressing and on which the new Labour government can help for Ukraine. First, to provide enough modern weapons to lift restrictions on their use by Ukraine, to increase investment in Ukraine's weapons industry. 3, to secure Ukraine's airspace. Russian drones and missiles must be shut down over Western Ukraine. It's possible today. 4, to ensure confiscation of frozen Russian assets. It is Russian assets that need to be put to use, not Western taxpayers' money. 5, to limit Russia's ability to wage war by strengthening sanctions. 6, to reduce the revenues from Russian shadow fleet. Unfortunately, shadow fleet continues to earn money for Russian war today. 7, to resolve Ukraine's energy security issue. 8, to ensure a fair peace by implementing Ukraine peace formula. 9, to provide security guarantees in the post-war period. First of all, by supporting Ukraine's NATO membership. 10, to assist the future development and prosperity, not least by promoting partnership between Ukrainian and United Kingdom regions. I'm very grateful personally to Prime Minister Starmer, Foreign Secretary Lamy, Defense Secretary Healy, and their colleagues for their hard work, really hard work. I believe that, like Ernst Bevin, you have entered the world politics just in time. We know the Labour Party is committed to upholding the principle of justice and honor the legacy of those who fought against imperialism and fascism in the past. The Ukrainian people are not just fighting for their own land and identity. It's a struggle for the principles of freedom, democracy, and the right to nations to determine their own destiny. Thank you to the people of the United Kingdom, the United Government, and the Labour Party for consistent policy in support Ukraine. Together, we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie, and on behalf of the Labour Party, it's a privilege to have you as the ambassador to the United Kingdom from Ukraine speak to us. Thank you so much. We stand with you and your people. Conference, our final speaker of the afternoon will be our tremendous Foreign Secretary and MP for Tottenham, David Lammy.
Conference, everyone in this room has their own story. My story starts in a place called Dongola Road, in the shadow of Tottenham's Broadwater Farm estate. Life was not always easy. My mum struggling to put food on our table, skinheads shouting abuse as we walked by, my father leaving when I was 12. He didn't leave me very much, but he did leave me a map, an atlas of the world, which I put on my bedroom wall. And from this map, I learned about the countries my ancestors had come from, transported from West Africa to Guyana as part of the transatlantic slave trade, long before my parents moved from Guyana to Britain to help rebuild Britain after the Second World War. Conference, I can't tell you how it feels to stand here today, a black, working-class man from Tottenham, a child of the great Windrush generation, now back on this stage as the Foreign Secretary in a Labour government. My job is to tell a new story about the United Kingdom abroad. A story of openness, a story of the future, a story of hope that will reconnect Britain with the world once more. Conference, when I stood in this room last year, I said we had a once-in-a-generation chance to get Britain's future back. The chance to win back the public's trust, to turn the page on 14 years of Tory decline. Well, Conference, we did it. And when I say that we did it, I mean you did it. Every party member who walked dozens of miles knocking on doors, every activist who convinced a young person to register to vote, every supporter who endured the failing private train networks to campaign in an unfamiliar town, every single one of you who supported our leader, our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. You are the greatest advocates of our values, our missions, and our purpose. We are forever grateful to you for the greatest electoral turnaround in our party's history. From electoral oblivion less than 5 years ago to a Labour majority today. Thank you, thank you. Of course, you, the party members in this room, did not just change the fate of our party. You changed the fate of our country. Now together, let's work to change the fate of our world. Conference, for 14 long years, the Conservative Party misused the British state, handing out crony contracts to their mates, crashing the economy with their delusional ideology. For 14 years, the Conservative Party damaged our reputation abroad, threatening to break international law, threatening our European friends and treating them as our foes. For 14 long years, the Conservative Party abandoned our values, tearing up climate commitments, threatening to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. On my first weekend as Foreign Secretary, when I travelled to Germany, to Poland, to Sweden in less than 48 hours, I was proud to say Britain is back. When Keir Starmer and my dear friend John Healey and I flew to Washington, D.C. a few days later to meet with world leaders and commit unshakably to NATO, we were proud to say Britain is back. When the Labour government hosted 45 European leaders at Blenheim Palace to reset our relationship with Europe, we said Britain is back. When we restored the funding to UNRWA for their work in Gaza, what did we say, conference? Britain is back. And when we stood up for international law, when it was not easy, what did we say? Britain is back. In my first 4 months, I visited 10 countries, engaged over 20 world leaders and 40 foreign ministers. And what did I tell them? Britain is back. And when, unlike Rishi Sunak last year, the Prime Minister and I travel later this week to the UN General Assembly, what will I say? I will say, Britain is back. Britain is back, my friends. Britain is back. Conference, unlike the Tories, we understand Britain needs to work with its neighbours to flourish. We know that Britain's strength is founded on its alliances. That's why we're resetting our relationship with Europe. Since July, we've launched negotiations on a wide-ranging bilateral treaty with Germany. I've been on a joint visit with the French Foreign Minister, the first of its kind for more than a decade. I've welcomed the Spanish, Polish Foreign Ministers to London. We will reduce trade barriers to help boost business, jobs and economic growth, and we will seek a new, broad, ambitious UK-EU security pact to strengthen cooperation on shared threats that we face, enshrining a new geopolitical partnership because Britain is back, a leading nation in Europe once again. Earlier this month, I was in Kyiv, the front line of the defence of European democracy, meeting with President Zelensky, 2.5 years into Putin's full-scale invasion. I took an overnight train with Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, to send a clear message. If the West does not demonstrate it can outlast Putin, it does not only threaten Ukraine's democracy, it threatens us all. We need to show Putin that Britain and its allies are not going anywhere, which is why this government has increased support to Ukraine, and we've committed £3 billion per year in military aid for as long as it takes. And it's why I told Zelensky, this Labour government will always stand with his courageous people. And we need to send another message to Vladimir Putin. Your interference in our democracy, promoting disinformation and encouraging disorder on our streets, encouraging kleptocrats to store their ill-gotten gains in our property market must end. And that's why I'm proud to tell Conference, together with our two closest allies, the United States and Canada, and the rest of the G7, we are taking action against Russian disinformation, exposing their agents, building joint capability, and working with the Global South to take on Putin's lies. Conference, last year, as we boarded trains up to Liverpool, we read the horrific news that Hamas terrorists had murdered around 1,200 Israelis and kidnapped 250 others. What has followed those atrocities is a horrific war. Tens of thousands of Palestinian women and children killed and injured. Their homes turned to rubble, leaving Gaza a vision of hell on earth. Meanwhile, dozens of Israelis remain cruelly held captive, and Israel faces threats from all angles, with Iran and its proxies seeking to wipe Israel off the map. Conference, I know, like me, you are desperate to see the conflict in the Middle East come to an end. And this Labour government has already made clear Britain's principles. In my first weeks of government, I went to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories to call for an immediate ceasefire, words no previous Foreign Secretary had even used. We have used the full weight of Britain's diplomacy to push to protect civilians now, get all the hostages out now, and unrestricted aid into Gaza now. We've provided millions to fund field hospitals in Gaza. We brought the Security Council together to demand polio vaccinations for Palestinian children. We've respected the independence of the international courts, and we have made the right decisions to stand up for international law. We've called out the violent settlers in the West Bank, and we've continued to fight for the hostages and to support their families. We have never lost sight of the end goal: an irreversible pathway towards a two-state solution. I believe in the right of Israel to be safe and secure. I also believe in the justness of the Palestinian cause. And it is only once Palestinians and Israelis have the same fundamental rights, sovereignty, security, and dignity in their own independent, recognized states, that we can achieve a just and lasting peace for all. In recent days, we've seen a worrying escalation between Israel and Lebanese Hezbollah. This is in nobody's interests. Our message to all parties is clear. We need an immediate ceasefire from both sides so that we can get to a political settlement, so that Israelis and Lebanese civilians can return to their homes and live in peace and security. And to British nationals still in Lebanon, let me be very clear. For your own safety, leave now. Iran is not only destabilising the Middle East, but providing support to Putin's barbaric war through exporting ballistic missiles. And that is why we put new restrictions on Iran Air that will stop it entering the UK and new sanctions against the IRGC. Conference, in a world filled with conflict, it's easy to take our eyes off the most fundamental threat our world faces, the climate emergency. Treated by the last government with a cynical disdain that we cannot afford. With Keir Starmer and Ed Miliband, I will help restore Britain's climate leadership for British jobs, opportunity and growth. And because climate matters. The climate and nature crisis will be central to all a Labour Foreign Office does, because climate matters. With Labour, Britain will lead a new global clean power alliance because climate matters. With Labour, Britain has founded Great British Energy because climate matters. We will accelerate onshore wind. Why? Because climate matters. We will appoint new climate and new nature envoys because climate matters. We've pledged to end new oil gas licenses while guaranteeing a fair transition in the North Sea. Why? Because climate matters. And conference, the Conservatives abandoned our leadership on international development too. And with my dear friend, Annalise Dodds, we will strengthen development leadership, capability and expertise and support faster reform to the global financial system. Our goal is nothing less than a world free from poverty on a livable planet. That's what a Labour government will achieve. Conference, the world we face is filled with disorder. Conflict in Europe, Africa and the Middle East. Great power competition, an increasingly assertive China and a climate emergency. But together, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make the change we want to see, not just in Britain, but in Europe and in the world. Just as Clem Attlee's 1945 government rebuilt the country after the Second World War, just as Harold Wilson's government in the 1960s seized the white heat of technology in the face of the future, and just as Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's government transformed our public services, we in Keir Starmer's Labour Party have the opportunity to make history with a decade of national renewal. Our Prime Minister has laid out 5 missions for this purpose, 5 missions that will give our country the growth that it needs and the security it deserves, 5 missions that will allow Britain to return to the top table of international diplomacy, a Britain reconnected, Britain back where it belongs. Conference, thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, David, and to Lucy and Darren as well. Conference, that's Labour in government for you. Okay. We will now move on to constitutional amendments, the fun bit of conference. We have constitutional amendments from CLPs as well as from the NEC. And to move the NEC's constitutional amendments, I'm going to invite Wendy Nichols, the chair of the NEC's organisation subcommittee.
I bet you can't guess I'm a member of Unison. Thank you, Chair, and yes, Wendy Nichols, Chair of the NEC's Organisational Subcommittee. I'm going to set out the NEC's position on the constitutional amendments proposed by ourselves and the CLPs. So today we're debating a range of rule changes proposed by the NEC and CLPs. In line with precedent established by previous conferences, and in order to assist with the administration of card votes, the NEC has agreed to group packages of its proposed constitutional amendments. Each of these groups will be subject to an individual card vote. Each constitutional amendment proposed by CLPs will also be subject to an individual card vote. The NEC recommends that conference votes for the following NEC rule changes. So this will be card vote 1. Updates to language. This group of constitutional amendments make a number of changes to updating language to reflect the NEC's current approach in buying insurance on behalf of CLPs. Card vote 2, party conference. These amendments modernise the rules for the party conference to reflect current practice and ensure consistency with the existing rules for leadership and deputy leadership elections. Card vote 3, updates to selection procedures. This group of amendments builds on previous rule changes agreed by conference about secondary elected roles for MPs. The changes will require MPs that hold another elected position to resign that role and on an agreed date after the election to Parliament. The proposals will also ensure that current MPs who wish to stand for alternative elected positions must do so with the advance agreement of the party. The final amendment in this group provides a rulebook basis for announcing parliamentary selections prior to formal endorsement, which is current practice. Card vote 4, regional and local governance. This package of amendments will primarily reform the structure and operation of regional executive committees and local government committees to reduce their size and assist them in running more efficiently, taking into account the boundary review and changes to the electoral geography. The proposals also make changes to how Labour groups deal with disciplinary matters, ensuring consistency with the rest of the rulebook. The final amendment also provides additional clarity on the conduct of elections for party units. Card vote 5, membership rates. This group of amendments will help the party introduce new membership administration process and put a successful pilot scheme on membership rates onto the rulebook. The NEC also proposes a permanent reduced rate for our veterans and members of the armed forces. Conference, I will now set out the NEC's position on the constitutional amendments proposed by CLPs. The first one is card vote 6, parliamentary candidate procedures. The NEC recommends that Conference votes against the constitutional amendment proposed by Leighton and Wanstead and Lancashire and Fleetwood CLPs. In order to meet its obligations in the rulebook to select high-quality candidates for public office, it is necessary for the NEC to define those standards and any due diligence requirement that flow from these standards. Our current rules allow the NEC to update procedures to take into account changed circumstances which would not be possible before Conference if these proposals were approved. And just to tell you, Conference, that the card vote, which would have been 7 NEC objectives, that the CLP has withdrawn that motion. And again, with card vote 8, the CLP has withdrawn that. So, Conference, I move the constitutional amendments for the NEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I will now invite the CLPs to move their constitutional amendment. I just want to let delegates, as Wendy just said and reiterate, that the 2 constitutional amendments have been withdrawn, which are card votes 7 and 8. Does a delegate from Leighton and Wanstead or Lancaster and Fleetwood CLPs want to speak to their constitutional amendment? Okay, that delegate, that's walking. Okay. Delegate, if you could just go to the desk and then onto the stage. Thank you, Delegate. You have 3 minutes, Delegate. Thank you.
My name is Sue Whitehead and I'm from Leighton and Wanstead CLP in East London. I'm a first-time delegate. I'm a first-time speaker. I seem to be the first on. And it's the first time I've ever given a speech on due diligence. So, Conference, Labour Party candidates in local elections must be credible and trustworthy. It is absolutely right that candidates be screened to ensure they are people who follow Labour Party rules and adhere to the standards in their business and financial affairs our voters expect and deserve. However, my CLP has asked me to speak today and put forward this rule change because of concerns due diligence is at times applied in unfair, inconsistent ways. Prospective candidates taking the bold step to stand for election, and now with a very good chance of being in government, thanks to our election success, should be able to do so without fear that petitions they signed in the past, social media posts they have liked, or views about local issues that they vocalised might be held against them. And these are examples that candidates have received back who have been rejected for selection. Conference, the rule change my CLP proposes is a simple one. Due diligence checks should be contained to business, financial affairs, safeguarding issues, breaking party rules, or other exceptional circumstances relating to personal conduct. We cannot afford to lose good, hard-working candidates who have given many shoe leather campaigning miles to the party to only then miss out on being fantastic political leaders that they have the potential to be because of a due diligence decision that falls outside the headings that my CLP is proposing. To quote the Ukrainian ambassador who preceded me on this platform this afternoon, our values are justice and honour, and this is what we need and we ought to be harnessing in the Labour Party. There is much to do to deliver on our election promises, and I'm genuinely excited to be part of the change that is ahead. I'm going to leave here, and we're only on day 1 of conference, but from yesterday being at Women's Conference, I go home topped up with Labour Party. I leave here with hope and belief that we can do it, that we can create a country that is safer for women, safer for my daughters, and that the broken housing system that we see before us as we walk the streets and see homeless people will be fixed. And for this, we need to grow and nurture the best people for the job. We need candidates who listen to their constituents, connect with their local communities, and are from working class backgrounds and are able to best serve their country first, party second. We have the flag. Conference, I move.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Can that be formally seconded from the floor so we have more time to debate? Is there a seconder? I see a few colleagues on the right-hand side. Okay. Colleagues, I understand many delegates have views on this issue. There will be time for speakers in a moment, but with a lot to get through, I want to make sure that all the CLP amendments, well, the one constitutional amendment, are formally moved and seconded so that everyone gets an equal chance to make sure their priority issues are considered. So thank you, Conference. I will now take some speakers on the constitutional amendments. It would be very helpful if you could clearly state which constitutional amendment you want to speak on. Again, there's only one, so yeah. But you could be speaking to the NEC ones. I will call 4 speakers at a time, time permitting, and you have 2 minutes to speak. And please do make sure when you come up to speak that you go to the desk on my left-hand side. I will now take speakers. And Conference, can I just remind you that all delegates must remain in their seats when we are calling speakers. And if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I see the delegate there in the green top? Suit, green suit. Okay. I can see the delegate there with glasses. Yeah, over there on the left-hand side. Okay. I can see a delegate there, right at the back. Yep, right at the back. And I will take that delegate there as well in the jacket. Sorry, I'm not really good with descriptions. I'll take those 4 speakers for now. Please remember to sign, to go to the desk on the left-hand side to register. Your name comes up on the screen, it's quite nice. Conference, if there are accessibility stewards, if you can't raise your hand, so please do flag to them. Thank you. Over to you, Delegate.
Jessica Hammersley-Rich, Croydon South, CLP, speaking in favour of the NEC amendments, partially card vote for. As a new councillor elected in May during a by-election, I'm particularly glad to see the amendments that ensure our local government processes are strong, particularly the change in process in disciplinary matters to remove the need for the entire group of councillors to be involved. This was not only difficult and humiliating for a councillor to be put in front of a trial of all their colleagues, but canvassing for votes of an entire group is just not how justice should be done. This new process of just the exec members and support from regional team is much more dignified and appropriate. I am also in favour of Labour groups being in control of writing their own manifestos, as only councillors know the full scale of the job in local government. And whilst the LGC should play a role in formulation, they should not have a say that overrides the Labour group and put groups in a difficult position where they can't deliver on what's proposed. The changes to LGCs also favour smaller groups, making sure it's done on vote weight, not the amount of people in the room. And so smaller groups are not outnumbered by CLP members and affiliates in their own governance committee. I know that these changes are important to ensure that we stay the largest party in local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And that was the time.
Councillor Eamon O'Brien, ALC Delegate and Leader of Bury Council. Speaking against the CLP constitutional amendment on candidate selection procedures. Conference, we've just elected over 400 Labour MPs, more than half of whom were elected for the first time. And every one of those candidates had to go through the appropriate due diligence checks. Now, as a council leader, I would expect that of my group when they are candidates or councillors standing for re-election. And my experience is that our party offices, regional and national, work professionally and to an impartial standard. What we shouldn't be doing right after this election victory is starting to insinuate anything about our party staff, whether that is factionalism or otherwise. It is not where we need to be as a party. We need to be looking forward. We need to be looking to what we can deliver in government and not refighting old battles about selections. Yes, there are winners and losers in any selection process, but we should be supportive of the staff, many of whom, throughout this general election campaign, worked absolutely tirelessly to deliver the fantastic results that we had. So I think the NEC is right to recommend that we reject this amendment and we focus instead on getting the right quality of candidates who can deliver for our constituents and who can keep delivering on big election victories like we've just had. So I would urge you all to follow the NEC recommendation and reject this amendment. Thank you.
Again, to time. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you. Speaking against card vote 6, brought by Leighton and Wanstead, Lancaster and Fleetwood. Hello, conference. I'm Sital Punja, first-time speaker. I'm so proud. Thank you. I'm so proud to be a councillor in the constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip, where we won a Labour seat for the first time in 50 years. Conference, I believe in due diligence. I believe that the party needed to earn the trust of the nation in order to begin to deliver change. We needed candidates of the highest calibre, and due diligence ensured that the party was able to have brilliant candidates to take to government. I applied to be a parliamentary candidate. I was shortlisted, but I lost, and the fabulous Danny Beales won. As a councillor and a friend, I have worked with Danny Beales ever since and seen what he brings, and that I am learning from him every day. I can tell you, after the many amazing candidates who are now MPs, Danny is one of the best of them. If the process isn't broken, don't fix it. We are in government to govern. Let's govern. I urge you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Just before you start, I'm going to pick another 4, just so we have a pipeline of speakers. Delegates shouting at me will definitely not make me choose you, so please just raise your hand very clearly. And if you're not able to, for accessibility reasons, please do let the accessibility stewards know. I'm looking at this side just because I haven't had a speaker from this side. Conference floor. I can see the delegate right over there in the dark jumper, I think it is. Okay, I can see the delegate right there in another dark shirt, jumper, something. Trying to get a lot of different speakers. See the delegate over there in the... I'm not going to stop actually trying to describe people's clothes. I think the delegate knows what I'm talking about. Sorry. And then I'll choose one more delegate. Okay, I can see the delegate there in the glasses. That's the 4. Sorry, I'll stop trying to describe what people are wearing. It's just going. Over to you, sorry.
No, thank you very much. I'm Alex. I'm a delegate from Harlow, which is arguably the best town on earth, but I may be biased there. And not to sound like a broken record, but I'm going to speak against card vote 6, because I think it is fundamentally incumbent upon us to trust fellow party members to carry out the due diligence processes with all information available. It seems quite illogical to me that we can cherry pick what can and cannot be included in a due diligence process. Because when you actually think about what due diligence is, it's not just picking a faction or some kind of perfect candidate for a particular faction. It's picking the right candidate that we are asking the electorate to trust. That's what candidates are, right? We are asking people to go in front of the electorate and say, you need to vote for us to be the political leaders of a council, of the parliament, of the devolved authorities and things like that. And so if we aren't using every information available to pick those very best candidates, then I'm sorry, but it just seems fundamentally illogical. So any and all information should be used in due diligence procedures because it just seems normal, just seems logical. So I'll probably leave it there. I urge people to vote against the CLP amendment, and I shan't keep repeating what other people have said. So thank you very much. And visit Harlow.
Thank you, Delegate. Visit Harlow indeed.
Dominic Sawyer, Birkenhead CLP, speaking against the CLP, speaking against the amendment from Leighton and Wanstead and Lancaster and Fleetwood. Conference. I'm here as a delegate from Birkenhead, but I spent my university time as a member of Lancaster and Fleetwood CLP from 2018 to 2023. During this time, I didn't feel safe as a Jewish member within my CLP. There was regularly motions and Facebook group conversations defending anti-Semitic members were discussed openly, and I was just ignored or pushed to the sideline. So this motion really does not surprise me, to be honest. This motion is designed to enable members like this to stand, to remove the strong due diligence which enables our party and make sure that we never go back to what happened when we were investigated by the EHRC for anti-Semitism. We need to make sure that there's never someone that will stand and can't be removed because of anti-Semitism or other issues alongside it. We need to be able to remove the whip for people who are anti-Semitic and never make members like myself and other Jewish members feel uncomfortable in my CLP as a young Jewish lad, the first to go to university for my family, and we need to make sure that we stand with all communities. Strong due diligence should be able to happen without bringing in parameters in place to restrict it. What this motion does is outlines and creates those parameters in which due diligence should be done when the party already has strong due diligence in place, and it should happen without restriction. That's really important. We shouldn't be bringing in parameters to decide when we should do that strong due diligence. Conference, this is my 7th conference, and this is the nicest environment I've seen at conference. Kia has changed the Labour Party. Let's continue going forward and not going back. Let's back the NEC, vote against this amendment, vote against card 6. Thank you so much, conference.
Hiya, I'm Dave Kirk from Leeds Central and Headingley CLP. I'm a first-time speaker, first-time delegate. I'm speaking against 2 of the, did you call them clusters, of amendments from the NEC, particularly the one which was about the NEC having the power to decide whether MPs can stand as mayoral candidates or for the Scottish Parliament or for the Senate in Wales, or other types of roles, I think that it's really important that those bodies are seen as, important, and we actually welcome the fact that people like Andy Burnham, for instance, or Tracy Brabin went for those roles as mayors and many of the MSPs in Scotland. And giving that power to the NEC does, I think, suggest that somehow the PLPs I just think that it sort of undoes democracy a bit. Members can actually decide. And secondly, just about the cluster which mentions slight weakening the role, not completely, but weakening the role of the LGC in deciding the manifesto. Our members are broad, a diverse group of people with all sorts of experiences, and democratically we can help put together that through our democratic organs like the LGC, put together great manifestos that appeal to people. I wouldn't want to see anything passed that weakens that, that democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you can see how nervous I am. It's my first time delegate, first time in the conference. I can hear my heartbeat. My name is Adjournment. I'm from Dagenham and Rayner CLP, and I stand before you today to support the proposed amendment to our membership rates. This initiative aims to allow members under the age of 27 who are in full-time education to join a significantly reduced rate, just a fifth of the standard annual subscriptions. So we wholeheartedly support it, because in Dagenham and Rayner we have, this is one of the poorest of areas in London, and I know that this amendment is going to encourage more of the young people to join Labour Party. And this is a great initiative to support. This is just not merely a financial adjustment, but it's an investment in our future. By lowering the barrier to entry for young people, we empower the next generation to engage actively in our community. Many students face significant financial pressures, and this reduced rate will ensure that our organisation, this Labour Party, remains accessible to them, inclusive and representative of the vibrant voices of our youth. By fostering their involvement, we are nurturing future leaders who will carry out values forward. They will bring fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. They will enrich our community and strengthen Labour Party's collective mission. So I want to seize the opportunity to affirm our commitment to inclusivity and support for young people, and I urge all of you to vote in favour of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have our last delegate now speaking.
Hi, conference. My name's Liz Martin. I think I'll be up there as Elizabeth Martin. I'm from Sutton and Cheam CLP. And this is my second time as delegate, and certainly not second time at party conference. And I'm really nervous as well. Just thought I'd share that with you. I know, thank you for the love there. That's really nice. So I am actually speaking for card vote 6 from Leighton and Wanstead. Where do I start? I don't agree with any form of factionalism. It doesn't matter if you're on the right, the middle, the left. It really doesn't matter. I think at the end of the day, if you're a Labour Party member, you know, nobody should be not given the opportunity to apply and stand, especially if you're rooted in your local community. And I also think that, you know, it then leads to some really good candidates being blocked, which then in turn, I think, really leaves a sort of, creates a credibility issue. I also don't think it necessarily respects party members. We are a democratic socialist party. It's a members-led party. And this is about democracy. And I think we should all, as party members, all have equal opportunity. I sound like I'm coming from a place of resentment, trust me or not. I actually applied to be a parliamentary candidate in the last election, and I didn't even get a letter of rejection, but hey, you know, that's one of those things. But I'm no less a Labour Party member than anybody else. And the other thing I think we need to remember as well is that, you know, there are a lot of good members, and the fact is that if anybody's breaking the rules, then they wouldn't be a Labour Party member anyway. So, you know, do you know what I mean? Anyway, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks, Abdi.
Thank you very much, Conference, and thank you for all those speakers. I'm now going to invite Claire Reynolds to respond to those points on behalf of the NEC.
Good afternoon, Conference. Claire Reynolds, newly elected Socialist Society's representative on the National Executive Committee. Proud Labour Women's Network sister. And self-confessed Labour Party rulebook enthusiast. It's my pleasure to respond to the discussion on the constitutional amendments on behalf of the NEC, and thank you all very much indeed for those contributions. As your National Executive Committee, we know that we need a Labour Party that is fair, functional and fit for the future. We need policies and procedures that deliver the progress we need as a party to lead the changes we need to see as a country. We need a Labour Party that takes strength in unity, rejects division and focuses day in, day out on embedding Labour values in our communities, our public services, our workplaces and our economy. To be that party, we need to make sure that our paperwork matches our practices, and that's why today's NEC proposed constitutional changes are important. These are small but constructive updates to the rulebook to reflect the way that we now work as a party. They ensure our language is appropriate for how we are operating in 2024. They ensure our representatives serve appropriately with the party's best interests at heart. They ensure our local government committees are functional and effective. They ensure our membership rates are inclusive with permanent reductions for veterans, whilst providing the income that we need to rebuild and retain power and keep the Tories, nationalists and other divisive fringe parties at bay. And it was great to hear the thoughtful contributions from across the whole Labour family on this floor, and especially to hear from so many first-time speakers. Well done, all of you. On the issue of due diligence raised by the delegate for Leighton and Wanstead and a couple of others, and may I say to the delegate for Leighton and Wanstead, I absolutely share your passion to see streets that are safer for our daughters and end to male violence. But I can't agree on the proposal put forward because, comrades, public life is a privilege and not a right. And the sad fact is, we absolutely have to have candidates who are of the highest possible standard, and due diligence requires us to be as tough on our friends as the public would be, the media would be, and our political opponents would be. We absolutely need to be consistent in the application of the due diligence criteria, but limiting it, as the proposal suggests, would be foolish. We cannot give people a rulebook on how to get away with poor behaviour. We have also now introduced an appeals process to make sure that anybody who feels they haven't been treated fairly in the due diligence process gets a second hearing. The The amendment as it's put forward is also, as Wendy said, somewhat impracticable because we're talking about live situations and we couldn't possibly wait for amendments to the Labour Party rulebook via annual conference in order to implement them. On the wider debate, it was great to hear from the delegate from Croydon South. Absolutely agree that well-run LGCs are vitally important. From the ALC rep, unity and forward thinking is absolutely the place that we should be as a party. I particularly want to say how keen I am to visit Harlow. So thank you very much indeed, delegate. But I really do want to say to the delegate from Birkenhead that we stand with you against the scourge of anti-Semitism, and we must never go back, and we must never weaken our practices or procedures to go there again. I therefore reiterate Wendy's opening call for conference to vote in favour of card votes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and against card vote 6. Doing so will leave us with an up-to-date rulebook, an efficient and resilient organisation and a party ready to deliver change. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Claire. Conference, all the constitutional amendments are voted on using your card vote booklets. The number of each card vote are indicated in the CAC report. We'll be taking those votes in a few moments. In line with our rules, we cannot revisit decisions that have already been made. This means that if the NEC rule changes pass, any CLP rule changes that cover the same parts of the rulebook will automatically fail. Fall, not fail, sorry. And conference, can I say, we're 10 minutes early, so I think we might have some priority ballots for us. So conference, we will move to the votes on today's business in just a moment. But first, I will now ask the Chief Scrutineer, Izzy Lenger, to present the results of the priorities ballot.
Chair, Conference, Izzy Lenger, Chief Scrutineer. I will now give the results of the priorities ballot, which determines the motions that will be debated at this year's conference. The ballot was divided into two sections, one section for CLPs and one section for affiliated organisations. The National Executive Committee has agreed that the 6 priority subjects achieving the greatest percentage of votes cast in the CLP section and the 6 achieving the greatest percentage of votes in the affiliated organisation section will be timetabled for debate. However, should any subject area be selected in both, then the subject area with the next highest ranking vote from the appropriate section will be added to the list, ensuring the net result will be that 12 priority subjects are selected, 6 by CLPs and 6 by affiliated organisations. I will now announce the results of the top 6 results of the CLP section. Clean Energy Mission, Health Mission, Crime Mission, Border Security Command, Growth Mission, and Opportunity Mission. The results for the top 6 in the affiliated section is as follows: Future of Local Government, An Economy for the Future, Making Work Pay for the Public, AI and Automation, Procurement, and Infrastructure. These are therefore the 12 topics that will be timetabled for debate. A breakdown of the results will be available in the appendix of CAC 2. The meeting point for compositing will be displayed on the screens in the main hall. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, and thank you to our Chief Scrutineer, Izzy Lenger. Izzy just mentioned, Conference, that the meetings for composite will take place this evening. Delegates from CLPs and affiliates whose motions have been successful in the priorities ballot will therefore need to attend a composite meeting, the details of which are also on the screen behind me, or at least, yeah, there they are. Conference, we will now take votes for today's business in line with our rules. All of these votes will be card votes. The constitutional amendments are card votes number 1 through to 6. And just to remind you that numbers 7 and 8 were withdrawn. All of the votes are detailed in the CAC report and are on the screen behind me again. Tellers will bring the ballot boxes around. Please put all your votes in at the same time, and please remain in your seats while votes are being Taken. I'm just going to wait for the card vote to finish and then adjourn conference. Okay, perfect. Dream I get to go to my thing in Berlin. I hate reading things. Delegates, if you've not voted, please try to find a ballot box. Last call for votes, delegates. Okay. There's a significant chunk of ballots on my left-hand side, if someone has a box. Those delegates, there's one box right behind you. Yep, there you go. There's a delegate over there. Are there any ballot boxes on the right-hand side of the stage? There's a delegate at the front. Thank you. Yeah, there's someone coming. Yep. Okay. if we can pass them round. So if yeah. There are delegates on the right-hand side. A colleague.
No, they're fine. They're fine.
Are you okay?
She's
Okay.
just waving for some reason.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Please don't wave at the same time. Is anyone left to vote?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very helpful. Okay. Is it just London left to vote? Come on, London. I can get away with being cheeky with London. Okay. I'm going to move on to the close comments.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much done.
Last call for votes. Okay. Okay, conference now stands adjourned until 9:15 tomorrow morning when the next plenary session begins. Delegates, can we have a bit of quiet, please? Sorry, delegate. We will put the details of composite meetings back on the screen behind me, so you have the details of where those composite meetings are. But as I said, conference adjourned until 9:15 tomorrow morning, when the next plenary session begins. For those delegates going to composite meetings, the rooms are in the ACC, which are across the bridge from the exhibition centre, and starting times will be staggered over the course of the evening. But conference, enjoy.